So I changed my mind and I found a way that I think is more productive and better to follow through. So what I'm gonna do is just try to study the editor. If I can't study the editor, I'm going to study the project manager. So the project manager is the thing that launches. If you follow the documentation and you build the source code following the documentation, then the executable that is going to create is the one that launches the project manager first. And in order to launch the editor, you have to pass different keyword arguments as you initialize the executable. But it's essentially the same thing that is running. So both of them run the same in the beginning, and the only difference is the editor loads, as far as I understand now, different kind of resources. So you pass another flag and you pass the path to the project you have, and that launches the editor. So if I can't debug the editor, I'm going to study the project manager to try to see how Godot creates the GUI elements. And I'm probably just gonna try to use the debugger or something like that. So the problem is that I'm gonna put some timer. I think I'm gonna see if I can. Maybe I'll stop streaming a lot sooner. Uh, but I think I'm gonna try 2 hours and then take a break and then do the rest of the time. So the problem is that when it launches the when VS Code launches the editor, the debugger stops running because the editor, I think it is a child process, but I'm not 100% sure because I haven't. So maybe one thing that I can do in the beginning is try to step over and see exactly what is going on when he launches the editor. So if it is a child process, what I'm going to try to do is to see if I can attach uh, the VS Code debugger to the child process. There is a something on I think I saw on Stack Overflow and ChatGPT answer that they tell you to put a key here, but it doesn't work for C++. I think that's the answer is for Node.js. So I'm not really sure. And like the other way would be too hard, I think, which is to figure out. So VS Code uses a debug adapter, which is another software that they have, which is a generalized debugger that allows you to connect any backend you want, which is the debugger you're using. In C++ would be GDB or some other debugger depending on the compiler you're using, and the interface of VS Code. So it's similar to model view controller, the pattern. So I think one path would be to try to figure out how to, but this path I think is not very good. So there's this extension called CMake tools that I went over the code some time ago, and what you can do is just download the source code and then you can put the source code on the file that VS Code looks for extensions, and then you can change the source code so I thought about doing this. So like they have a point on the codes that they're gonna use the VS Code API to call the debug attacher or debug adapter to attach the debug adapter, and that's what runs the debugger. So maybe it's possible to put some JavaScript code that allows you to figure out the child process ID, and then attach the debugger to that. But I think it's not worth it to do all of that. So it's probably more productive to just try to figure out how the GUI elements on the project manager are created, and then there's this thing called modules as well that they have on the documentation. I went back and I read a bunch of stuff on the documentation again, and I wasn't paying too much attention on a lot of the parts because I thought they were more related to how to use the scripting language and the GUI on the editor. But I think that a lot of those parts, they have useful information if you want to understand the source code. And I wrote down a bunch of files that they give there on one of the I wrote down uh, the link to the page of the documentation. Is this thing here? Yeah, so here they share a bunch of files, and what I'm gonna do as well is just open file by file and then try to put some breakpoints. I'm gonna read the source code first, I think, and then put some breakpoints so I can understand what's going on as I step over the code to understand how they are creating the shaders and doing the visualizations. But they have this thing on the documentation that is called modules, and they have extensions. So as far as this, they have a page, probably gonna read this again now. So the next page after this one, they explain the differences between the modules and the extension. But I think what I want to do is a module. So a module is they have a folder on Godot that it's kind of like it's similar to the concept of a plugin, but slightly different, I think. So it just allows you to create your own libraries and your own code, and then attach that to the editor, I think, editor or the engine, something like that. So just create another folder here. I'm probably gonna follow the documentation again, try to see. They have an example there. I'm probably gonna follow the example and try to see how it works. And this I also figure out is that if you put stop at entry true here on VS Code, it's gonna stop in the beginning of the program. But if you don't put the breakpoint, it's gonna skip this function. And this function, this function I think is a way to is telling Windows to the entry point of your program. But I still don't understand very well why do it like this. I think it actually does probably with some dynamic library stuff or something related to Windows that I don't understand very well. But this is the entry point that they do. So I think I'm gonna let me just run first. I put some breakpoints on some of these methods because, like I said, I follow the stuff there. So some of these classes here that I opened that are related to the rendering. There's I put the thing on the other folder so it doesn't clutter the other one. But some of this, yeah, this one I think. So on here, there's this is from I think it's from the same page there that I clicked on the link, and this is the flow of the rendering system that they have. So what I did was just go over the source code and then put breakpoints, but then it's really annoying because some of them are called like a bunch of different times, so you can't really skip the execution if you press F5 to run the debugger. So I had to remove them. But it's still it's probably a better idea to just read the source code first and try to understand some of the functions and then put breakpoints on the functions instead of the class constructors. Sure. Yeah. This is one of the problems as well that I'm not really sure how to deal with yet. Is that so when I use shoot screens, I can put the VS Code on one screen and the application on the other, and then it shows me what is happening. But if I put it like this, then it doesn't show because obviously I have the breakpoints, so like it doesn't do anything with the screen. So I'm trying to figure out how to debug the GUI. Uh, the only way that I thought about so far is just putting conditional breakpoints, but I'm not really sure if that would work either. So like, yeah, the question that I have is from their standpoint, from the people that created the editor, from their point of view, how did they develop the editor? And maybe Visual Studio's debugger has the explanation, but or has the so it has some sort of GUI editor, but I wanted to understand how to do it on any editor. I'm not really sure if it's possible. I think it depends on the debug adapter probably. So you can see that now the editor is opened, but the debugger doesn't allow me to snap over anymore. And I think that the reason why this happens is because at some point here it launches a child process, and then this process that is running is the debugger is attached to the parent process, but the parent process doesn't have the stuff that is happening. The stuff that is happening is on the child process. So I think I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT. I'm probably not gonna be able to figure it out because I think it's gonna be complicated, but yeah. Well, the other idea that I had was to put breakpoints on the editor code. So maybe that's one reason, but I don't think that's the case because it's not showing any step over thing, but maybe it is the case. Because what could be happening as well is that because I don't have any breakpoints on the editor codes, the loop that is running on the editor code is different than the one that runs on the engine. But I think that doesn't make a lot of sense because I think that the editor uses the engine. So the only thing that the editor does is to put a bunch of functions that are going to communicate with the engine to create all the GUI elements and the logic necessary. And I think that that's all the other applications are going to be doing as well, even if you create a game. So as far as I understand now, all that a game is when you create the game with Godot editor is just data. So you're essentially just using the GUI to create files that are going to contain the data for the game. And then when you load the game, when you run the game, what you're actually running is the engine. And then the engine gets all the data based on the path that you pass there on the command line. So it's just saving a specific state for the engine. So I think I understand what he's saying, but it was kind of like a similar answer from previously. But I guess I understand now. So I have to see. I have to study more how this works. So he's saying that I should create another configuration, and then once it gets to so I'll run the first configuration first, uh, the editor executable first. Then once it gets to the point where it launches the child process, I just switch the configurations on the debugger, and then I run the other one as the first one is running. I think that's what's saying. So the issue, so there's two problems. One is to figure out what is the process ID that it launches. The other one is to see how how to create the configuration on Visual Studio Code. I think I remember some PowerShell commands. Sure, I remember a PowerShell command to execute something remotely on our computer. It's probably related. So I guess one thing I can do is figure out how to use PowerShell to execute process. I think that's what I'm gonna search for. I kind of forgot the command. I think it's invoke methods something computer name then the string and script block. So I'm gonna search for how to execute child process with PowerShell. I guess I can use get command. So probably it's better to look for just try to step over and see exactly at what points it stops running. So try to yeah, I think that's probably better to do first. So I'm gonna spend some time stepping over the codes inside of the loop there to see if I can understand at what point it is gonna launch the other thing. Oh, there's shit ton of commands. Oh, whatever. So this is I yeah, when I put the breakpoint on oh, I skipped the class there. But it was the previous function that was very annoying to step over. I don't remember. It was one of these classes here that I put the breakpoints, and it keeps initializing this class all the time. So I guess the first times that I went over with the debugger is I kind of skipped through this. So this is the reason why I might have missed the part where, or to understand the logic of how the GUI elements are created, because I skipped, because I thought that those things are related to GDScript language because it's a macro, but maybe it's probably related actually to the GUI elements because there are functions related to I think the macros initialize some classes on C++. I don't understand very well how it works. And this page here was, so at the point that the application creates the logo on the first initialization screen, because I'm thinking about trying to change that, obviously, because when I open the application, I don't want the Godot's logo to show up and to put something else. But I put the breakpoint at just before it seems that it does that, and I think that this is the image that they use. So they just puts they probably got the data somehow for the image, and then they just put the data here, I think. And it's probably this file is probably generated as well because it remembers some stuff on the documentation. It's probably not related to this, it's related to something else, but the pattern is the same on the name of the file. That is said that these files are generated dynamically, so I'm guessing that there might be some other part of the code that's they load the image first. And I remember that seeing the image class at some points. So, but I think I'm gonna try to figure this out way later. I'm much more interested on trying to change. So the path that I was thinking about before was to slowly transition all the files from Godot into another project and then try to rebuild everything from scratch. But I think that is gonna be too slow. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think a better way to understand is to try to change the way that the application already exists now. Just try to understand how everything is connected and how the GUI elements are built from the engine. I think focusing on the GUI elements is probably the best first, and then I can create. So I don't need to necessarily understand everything about the engine to use it, as long as I understand what is going on and how to on the flow of everything. So It is kind of confusing though, because I'm not really sure. Some parts it seems that is more for GD script, and then on other parts is more related to the engine. So I'm not really sure exactly what the connection, because I think that there is a class that's I think it's GD class, GDB class or something like that, and that class holds it works kind of like a server to or a database to store all the classes on the project. So I think that is the main class that works as an API, I think, from the engine to the drawing system. And then when you're using the GD script, you're just submitting the classes to that database, which is a class as well. So you're registering the classes on the database class. And then because you register on the database class, whenever there's the loop on the rendering engine, it's gonna be aware of the different stuff that you put there. But I don't understand obviously how it works yet. It's gonna take a bunch of time, I think. This macros here that I'm talking about, that I'm not really sure. So they have this paths here. One thing that I could do is just look at the all these different paths as well. So yeah, the shaders are on the servers thing. But I understand from the codes at one point, because I do think that it might be different than, it's probably different than the way that I was doing before, but I assume that at some point should involve, maybe it's not going to involve OpenGL functions because Vulkan is, I've watched a bunch of videos on Vulkan and I read a little bit of the documentation, but I don't understand really well how it works. So as far as I understand now, Vulkan is just it's just OpenGL on steroids. It's just like there's more nuances and it exposes more stuff to you on the rendering process, and it gives you more control. But it should be pretty much the same underlying logic uh, on how it works. So you just separate buffers. You just set up buffers in memory, and the drawings are going to be done from those buffers based from the GPU. One of the annoying things about stepping over this is that there are several different classes that's so whenever there's a constructor, because the project is complex and there's a bunch of things involved on each class, you have to step over the same constructors a bunch of different times. And then the problem is that you don't know at what point it's going to stop initializing all the constructors. So yeah, one thing that I can do is just to put a bunch of breakpoints to skip the constructors, but that takes a lot of time to step over everything. So I'm not really sure if I'm gonna do that. Because like I said, I think it's better to focus on trying to change Godot first. But the other thing that I saw from the documentation that I realized is that actually they talk about it, that Godot uses the same paradigm that I was using in the other project, which is inheritance, because everything comes from the object class, which is the base class that has everything. And then this is the base class for the drawing, for the meshes and stuff like that. And then there's another class that I think is the base class for every resource that they have, which is the ref class, if I remember correctly. And then everything inherits from the class and it specializes. So it's different than the entity component system approach. And then in the documentation, they have a page that they talk about another project that someone translated the Godot from using inheritance to using ECS pattern, which is entity component system, which is a more composition approach. And it seems that the ECS pattern is better for data. So it's better when you have a bunch of things, which is probably the thing that I want to do. So I think for the thing that I'm doing, it's probably better to use the composition. But then the issue is I have to study the other project, which is called Godax, and if you go over the documentation, I don't remember really well where is that, but I think I'm gonna spend a bunch of time on Godot first to understand everything, and then maybe I'll look into the other one and then try to translate. But it's always a question of the trade-offs on time. This is C++, the programming language. Oh, from other videos that I've saw, that's on the front end on the editor. They usually use the file access class, which I believe I remember seeing here. So there's the file access and the dir access class. They're initialized on the setup on the main function, and it seems that they are both responsible for dealing with the files and save and load on the games, stuff like that. So yeah, this probably is the class that holds the project settings, as the name says. So I imagine, and obviously this makes sense, that every component on the application is going to be connected to a class, and then the state of the component is basically the state of the class through signals, which are the way that they do events. I'm not really sure how exactly it works. Based on the brief, like things that we're seeing on videos and documentation is like more of a it is a subscription model. I forgot the name of the thing that the guy says, but there is a name for just basically there's one thing that passes messages for everything else. I forgot the name of the pattern. Thank you. I think I already went through the definition here. So it's just getting the setting based on the project settings. And storing the settings. Getting the setting override. Yeah, this is another thing that I've seen on videos. So it seems like they have the default theme. So you always have the default settings, but then you can override the default settings. So I guess this is what's happening here. So if you change the settings, then it's just gonna use those runs, probably based on whatever's going on here. Yeah. These structs here I saw them very often, the data, the elements, the iterator as well. So I'm just gonna keep going. I'm gonna skip everything and just get to the point where initializes everything. And here they have the comments explaining what each part does. So it's actually very good, the code. Interesting. I'm not really sure what is going on here because I don't remember if this was running on the previous times. I think that the one that was running was the setup one, so I'm not really sure. Maybe it's because I was running the project manager thing without the editor. So when you run the editor, it runs a different setup, maybe. Could be possible. And display server is the thing that initializes the window, and it happens here. I had a breakpoint and I removed. And so here is where it initializes the window. And this is set up on the beginning based on the driver, I think. So each operational system is its own platform, and then the function that runs, the main function that runs. So probably the reason why is the application actually starts with that Windows API function main is because of that. Is that depending what kind of platform you are on depending on the way that you compile, is gonna initialize the code with a different entry point for main, which is gonna depend on the platform, which is the operational system. And then based on the operational system, you're just gonna inherit from this class, which is the OS class. It is an abstract class that's gonna contain the template for the methods on the OS. And then for each operational system, is gonna have logic on the derived classes that is gonna handle what kind of driver you're gonna use. Which I think preferably is gonna be Vulkan, because Vulkan works on all the operational systems. And DirectX only works on Windows. And OpenGL is older, so. So this is where it happens. Yeah, yeah, I saw that it is exactly here where it loads the. Maybe I should put another breakpoint here. I'm pretty sure I've put a breakpoint there, but maybe I removed. And then I was trying to. It was kind of confusing. Like I still don't understand how this path works here because there isn't any path like this on the project. So this is the thing that I mean that I don't know very well. So I guess I'm just gonna look into this because I don't understand if it is a GD script thing or like if it is the scripting language or if it's from the project or what is going on here. Also, it sets stuff on the project settings. Interesting. I still have to, maybe I should search for this path here. I don't think that's, there is a folder called application. So maybe it's a path. But then, oh, I was gonna say path to some class or something. That doesn't make sense, I think. It could be like a path to settings or something like that. So for example, if you have on the GUI, like if you open the project settings, you have the relative path on the GUI. So it could be that, and then there's some logic inside of the project settings class that manages that. Could be this. I think that the image is created based on this. So the place that I put there, it was because of this, I think. And the path here. I don't remember how I got this. I got you the other file there that I showed. I just put it like this. This is the thing that is annoying, I think, that initialized on the other one. I think that this one, so it's a macro that is going to initialize. I think this class is used on the for GD script. So GD script is just one of the ways, but I mean the scripting languages that they have, like the stuff on the actual editor. So I think that this is the bridge. So they use probably the database, yeah, the class DB. So this class DB, I think, is the database. Also, I have to search on what exactly does this mean, because I've seen this a lot where they have these two dots here. I don't have anything else. So the class DB is the thing that probably connects the engine with the editor, I think. So it's the connection of the scripting languages. And if a class doesn't have the GD class, then it means it's not exposed to the editor. So it's probably the internal class of the engine. I'm assuming that's what's going on. And whenever you put that class, then it allows you to interface with the engine through the GUI, depending on the logic you put, obviously. So probably that's kind of weird. I don't understand why there's a private here. Maybe it ends on that one that makes sense. This class should end on the whenever it stops having these things here, because it's all defined on a macro. I don't understand very well why they did it. They did things like this, or defining the class as a macro. I guess just gonna do this one. I think I'm gonna put the whole definition there. Maybe I'm not gonna be able to. Yeah, I lost where the thing is. this so definition here. Because if I just put maybe it's better to put just this and it's gonna understand. I should have put what does it do in this context. Interesting. As the name says, it is probably initializing the class on with the GD script class. So I think what it does, it just initializes for the GD class, for the GD script. So obviously it makes the most sense that it is going to save the command line arguments used to initialize the process on the class there on the beginning before it gets to the loop, because it's using the same variable there. This is another confusing thing that I'm not really sure like what kind of arguments, because I haven't solved the distinction between scones and Godot. But like I said, I think it's not worth it to do that now. It is better to just use the engine and then build the stuff that I'm trying to build first. Then after I do all of that, I can maybe go back and try to understand. But it's kind of confusing to understand what command line, when you initialize the thing, what command line arguments are being passed. But actually, now that I think about it, scones is used to build. So it has to be the command line arguments passed when you call the executable. So yeah, it's probably that. Actually, now that I realize, maybe I should, like maybe there's an easier path, because I just realized that if the executable requires me to pass the paths, that doesn't make a lot of sense if you have a game, obviously. Because if you have a game, then obviously you're just expecting people to click on the executable and then it works. So, which makes me think that there's probably a way to compile or to get the find executable with the game. And the issue is like how to search for this. Actually, I know. So I think I'm gonna write down here. I'm gonna go over this code first to see how it's loading the editor. But I remember that the first time that I tried, I was actually using another executable. So I compiled the project in a different way. I passed only the platform flags. So it's even before this one. So this one it launches the project manager, which is the stuff that opens up before the editor. So once you create a game or something like that, it's gonna be on the project manager. So that launches the editor, which is the other configuration here. And the only thing that changes is the executable and the arguments that I'm passing. Even the executable is the same, so it's just the arguments. So, but the first thing that I did before I tried this, I think, yeah, I compiled without passing some arguments there through scones. I passed just the platform, and then when I tried to run the thing, it gave me an error that said, but maybe it could be just because it doesn't have symbols, the executable that is created. But it said that the binary folder needs to have a package file or something like that to run. So I guess this is interesting thing to test as well. Not sure if it's worth it though. I'm just gonna write it down here. The problem is I'm not really sure how to compile the game. It's probably something I'm gonna do off stream because this is the stuff I was searching for before, but I didn't find exactly because I was searching how to save and how to load the game uh, for videos and resources based on that. But and then the videos are about the when you're building a game, how to do that on the script. That's not what I meant. It's like after you create the game, for example, how do you launch the game? So maybe because the thing that I want to understand is obviously going to be an executable. So maybe I could create. I already have I created a simple project there to just to figure this stuff out. So maybe what I can do is because the project doesn't have. So as far as I remember, when you create a project, it's gonna ask you for where to save. Uh, asks you for a folder to save the project files. So just saved as this name here. But here it seems like it doesn't have anything. So it's just data. So I guess the only thing that makes sense. Oh, I remember seeing something like that on the documentation. So I think that's yeah. Depending on where you launch Godot, it launches the thing. So I guess what I can do is just so instead of initializing, I just pass. I'm just gonna copy this and put on the other folder and see what happens. But it's probably better to step over there first. It should probably be here, I think. So I think that depending on where you launch Godot, is gonna see. So it's just gonna be the same thing as passing the path in the command line arguments. And then when you create the game, but I still wanna try to. It's kind of hard to search for videos like this though. So the videos that I've seen, what people usually do is just they either use this website called Itch.io or something like that to publish their games, or they use Steam. It's probably the most popular. And the thing is about this is just that it doesn't allow me to understand how to how would you distribute it? How would you distribute the game without using a distribution platform? So they usually recommend this website here and Steam. And I want to understand how to distribute only the source files. But I think it's pretty. What I assume that you should do is probably just after you create the game, is just gonna create these files here, and they have the data, and then you just put the Godot executable here, and then it runs like that. But it's kind of hard to think about questions that are gonna allow me to clarify this. Yeah, so it is the arguments that I'm passing as I execute the thing there. Oh, or maybe I can still see here. So I see that I forgot to see what this variable is. So it's inside of the main. It just changes the variables on the main class. Just probably gonna change whatever happens on the loop there, the next function. static bool. Or maybe it's a global class actually, a global variable. Also, I think it is a global variable. Yeah. So it is like a SAD, I think. So the paths there, they are not paths of the project. It's just paths of props. So yeah, what is happening is just caching everything on these props here, the settings, and then based on these paths, it figures out the other stuff. So this should be the string that you passed there. So just getting, I have to see on the other function, but it's probably gonna map the, it is map actually, I can see here. So it is mapping the path to stars everything on the class as a relative path. The project settings is probably, and the reason why it is like this probably is because it's mimicking a tree, a folder tree. So it makes sense, obviously, because that's gonna be how it shows on the GUI, I think. So the GUI probably has the application, this paths here. I try to search for things related to this a little bit, but if you put how to distribute a game or something like that, then like, you don't get very good answers. So it's kind of hard to, because it's hard to put in a specific search term, I think. From the videos that I've watched, they do the same thing. So maybe you should go through this process first. So you just launch the editor from the videos that I watched. Then there's a export option there. It opens a GUI element that has some different operational systems, and then there's some different stuff that you can do to compile to all of them or to optimize things and stuff like that. So yeah, actually this is probably, but this is the thing is because I was gonna say that probably a better idea should just try to debug the editor and then try to see how the logic, like what logic is happening when you click on the export. But then the issue is obviously that I have to figure out how to open the editor first. Yeah, so I think that's, I have to The other thing I can do, so yeah, probably I can put breakpoints on the editor code first to see if it's gonna work. But maybe I don't like I don't have to go with the debugger. I can just look at the source code on the editor. I think that's what I'm gonna do. It's probably faster than trying to figure out how to load the child process. But maybe the PowerShell thing works. So what I'm thinking about is just putting another debug option there to launch a PowerShell and then figure out what is the command to run the PowerShell with the child process ID. So what I have to do is just figure out what is the. I remember seeing some stuff that there's some code that loads IP in the beginning there before this other codes, and it stores everything on a server. The, there is some nuances on the way that they store things and the manage resources. I have to clarify that as well. And this here is the path that's you're gonna start the project from. It's gonna be the root path. Yeah. And the dir access here. So it's starting to become more clear to me how everything works. So the GD class, yeah, GD class or GB class, don't remember. I think it's GD class is the one that is gonna contain, maybe it's DB class for database. Is the one that contains all the classes, that registers the classes and works as a bridge between the engine and the editor. And then the state of the stuff you do on the scripts is gonna be managed by these classes here. Yeah, it's creating a directory and then, so this is probably gonna do some stuff with the operational system to create a directory and then it's just gonna pass the path. I don't know from where though, because I think it's not, I would have to see. So it depends on the command line arguments. The thing is, this shouldn't be running because I passed I remember as I was stepping over it, it went over this one. So I should skip this. So it's gonna get this one. Let me think about this. So this condition is only gonna run when you probably when you pass the flag variable there on the executable. I think that makes sense. Because if you don't pass, then obviously there is no game, so there is no path to the game. So I think that that's the reason why when you launch the two different executables, it does different things. So yeah. So when you're running only the project manager is not gonna go over this stuff. So this path, the application run main sync path is probably the path that I have here. Not sure where though. So the two default ones are the project manager and the editor versions, and if neither of them is run, so it's gonna decide this based on the command line arguments. So it has to be either so it is the command line arguments, but it also it has to have an option or logic to handle. So it has to figure out where the executable is being run at, and then search for some path or search for some file on the current directory that the executable is running from to see if a game was loaded, I think. And then based on that, it's gonna make this false, which is gonna make this run this logic here, I think. So this is the global variable there that it passes if you pass the flag /e or /e or double slash editor. And project manager is just the default one. And so if it doesn't have those two, then maybe because it's not necessary for the executable to be somewhere to set these flags. Oh, but maybe this one is the one that if you don't pass any flag, it's gonna be true. It's false here. Hmm. Yeah, so this is the line. Also, found project is gonna be the thing that finds the project, I think. So it comes from this. I'm gonna search for the function first. So if this returns okay, it's gonna be a project. I already forgot what path it passes there. A project path. Hmm. I'm confusing the project path with the found project. So this is the file that determines how it should be. What is I? Yeah, but like if I is something related to the command line, it doesn't make sense. So this shouldn't be true there because it shouldn't have to pass. But maybe. Let me think about this. To clarify this, I need to look into the logic. So maybe I can search for the logic on the editor just by looking at this export keyword, but the problem is that's probably gonna have a bunch of different other stuff as well. So I can try to, yeah, I can spend some time looking at the editor source code, try to figure out where the export GUI element is created. Because I want to understand the functionality that happens when you save the program. Because the thing that is confusing me is that, so it should be related to the scones arguments in a way, because the scone arguments are going to determine what kind of executable you build in the first place, which is going to be the engine. Then you're going to use that executable, which is going to initialize the project manager to initialize the editor. So that what the project manager is probably doing is just passing the editor, just initializing another instance of itself as a child project, as a child process, and passing the editor flag with it. And that initializes the editor. So once you do that, then the editor is going to be, yeah, the edit, I guess it's just a difference in command line arguments that change the state of the classes based on the command line arguments, based on the stuff that is going to happen to the logic that is on the start here. It's kind of confusing to think about, but then the editor is going to be, so the confusing part is actually the game. So I like, it seems that it is just the data. So when you create a game, and it's gonna create the files there, and then when you save or when you finish the game is just the data that you have there, but the executable is still the engine. Yeah, but the thing that is confusing is then how does it know when to load the game? It has to be based on where the executable is located, I think. But maybe not. Maybe actually not. I think that the export probably creates another executable. I think that makes more sense. Yeah, that makes more sense because I remember watching a video where a guy explains that you can remove some stuff of the editor. Yeah, you can remove the editor when you export, so it's not so the final executable is not uh, very big, and you can also put some other. I guess the easiest thing to do is just to export, to open the editor and then export. That's what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna write this here because I do think that it is gonna create another executable. So yeah, the interesting thing is trying to understand like how is that gonna work when you export. Yeah, that's very interesting. So not sure if I put before or after this other stuff. Probably before because this is gonna help me create the module. So the more clear everything is on my mind, the easier it's gonna be to create the module. Ultimately, I don't really care about creating a module or not. I'm thinking more about from the standpoint of I don't wanna copy the whole engine and try to build everything from scratch because I think it's just gonna take too much time. But I do wanna, so I want to isolate the engine and really understand what is going on the engine, and then be able to build anything I want with code. That's the thing that I'm trying to get at. So in module, creating a module is just a stepping stone to that. So I think it makes more sense to do this other stuff before. So yeah. So I'm starting to understand here, I think. So the project settings class is just gonna hold the information that the editor changes. And then based on that, it's gonna get everything from here, from the paths there. And there's two interesting functions. Uh, Obviously, based on this, I assume that as long as you have the project Godot file, then it's just gonna assume that it's a game and it's gonna load. But it's still so. Let me. Interesting. So it's probably because of the configurations I have on the game here. Because this main scene is the thing that I just saw there on the main file. That it looks for the path. If it doesn't have some of the other command line arguments, we're just gonna look for the main scene path. It's probably because I didn't create a main scene on the thing. Maybe when you export, it creates the main scene for you. I guess I think it makes more sense that you create the main scene because obviously you're developing the game. One of the main things that I want to understand is how does it, because now I understand that everything you make is just a bunch of nodes. So when you're manipulating the editor, you're just creating different kinds of nodes, and the scene structure is just going to be a tree. But I want to understand how does the engine changes between scenes. So then I guess that it's just going to be another, maybe it's another tree. Like actually it could be a map. So a map of trees, I think. It's probably a map. So the name that you put there to create each scene is the key, and then the value is the probably a class that contains the which is going to be the scene tree class, I think. It's going to contain the structure of the current scene. And I wrote down here the command should change. Yeah, so you change the should through GD script you change the scene with this stuff here. So I guess the tree class is gonna have a change scene function, so I can look that up later. And this is the thing that the error was about. The first time that I run the executable and I didn't pass the flags, I just passed the platform. So maybe what is happening is you just compile when you export, just compiles with a different command line arguments. And then if you're compiling the game, it's gonna have a resource by default because yeah, it's just necessary to run the game. So I think that's what it was going on. So probably what is going on on the export button is that you're just gonna run the engine again, the executable again, and you're just gonna pass different command line arguments that is gonna run this stuff here, and then you're just gonna save the files that it expects here. And the final executable is just gonna be the engine again, but with different command line arguments. I think that's what's going on. But it's still kind of weird because it expects there to have it expects one of the command line arguments should be the name of the file. This file here. So Like it wouldn't make sense unless the executable like it doesn't make sense actually. So for the executable to already have that. So that's different versions of executable. Yeah, but I'm not really sure. It wouldn't make sense. I'm not really sure. It's also interesting just to see. It's gonna be on the project settings again. One of the things that I wasn't thinking about last time that I streamed, I was talking about the build system, which I still think that it is complicated, but obviously it's not because of them, it's just because of the nature of how things evolved until this point. Just a much more complicated thing and much bigger issue, which is a lot harder to solve. Just a coordination problem that human beings have because of the way that everything works. So we don't scale in space time. So the reason one of the reasons why I think that they did the build system the way that they did with the separation of the classes there and the scone script files is because of the modules and the plugins that you can put. So because they don't know like how people are going to create different modules, because you can have a module that doesn't use third-party libraries, but you can have modules that use different third-party libraries as well. So it essentially, this is a pattern that is very common, I think, everywhere. VS Code has that with the extensions and Python as well. The CPython has that with the with different programs you can attach to CPython. So they basically allow you to create different stuff and then uh, add to the existing engine. So because of that, it makes it a lot more complicated because you have all the different operation systems that the third-party libraries from the modules are going to be using and stuff like that. And it's really hard to think about this. So I think that this is the reason why. And there is some stuff on the documentation there that they tell you to do. There is a standard for how you create the files, and then you have to put your own scone script file. So I guess like it is a necessary evil, let's say, but it is still very frustrating and annoying. But it is what it is. 'Cause the only way to change this kind of stuff is just to think about the whole like nature of how everything evolves, and then it's a lot more complicated. So it doesn't save the thing anywhere, I think. It just tries to read. I'm just gonna continue to interesting to see. Probably gonna look more a lot more times there, but so this is the icon. Oh, I guess this is where. No, this is another one. Yeah. Pretty sure. Maybe it was this that I opened last time, but I'm pretty sure it was a different one. Because I remember stopping at the before it created the image on the initialization page, so I do think it's different. Maybe I closed the other one. Not really sure though. But it should be, maybe it's on the same. Yeah, it was this one. So I think that these images are generated, these files are generated after, so it loads from the image. Yeah, makes sense. So this is the image on the initialization. So I guess if you change, the easiest way to change is probably to just put other images here and then put the same name. Yeah. Because these files, I think they're generated after. It's probably generating them, yeah, but that wouldn't make sense. Because this one is it's gonna call the unlock static from the memory class function, and there's a calls the new operator. It overrides the new operator because they is a memory optimization that they do, and there's a video of the guy explaining, but I'm not really sure. The one thing that I remember is that's the I think I'm not 100% sure, but I think the biggest difference is that the way that they do it is they always allocate memory and they never deallocate. So that's why they're not using the standard library to allocate everything. They're just implementing their own stuff here, which is basically this class, this new operator here. One thing that I found weird is this thing here, but this is just yeah, now I don't remember. I'm probably gonna have to look in this again, but I think like this makes it so that it creates a pointer to the class or something like that. I have to look again, but I remember searching for this. Forgot the name of the word. There is a name. It's like the specification for the class, let's say. So the malloc or the other stuff would do this when you use the new operator on C++. It does this automatically under the hood. But if you don't use it, if you want to override, I think you have to do this. And the reason why is a string here probably is because you want to create a pointer to somewhere in memory. So it attaches the class to that place in memory. So I think this is what this is doing. It's just creating a pointer to the place that is going to create here for the class. And it doesn't show here the memory. You have to step into to show, I think. No, it's not this. But it's basically, I think I went over on some of them as these functions here. So it runs this one and then it runs the other one after. I don't remember how this happened, how this happened. I think just stepping over is kind of stepping into is kind of confusing. Because there's probably other stuff that the debugger is keeping maybe. Because I don't understand how it goes. Like when you step into, it's just gonna call this function first, I think, and then it calls this one later. So I'm not really sure what is going on. It might be because of the this stuff here. I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT again. Or perplexity. Place menu expression. Use to allocate memory and construct an object in the memory. By default, you will call the constructor of the object and initialize it with the default values. However, in some cases, you may want to initialize the object with custom memory or specific value. Current memory location. I guess the constructor, probably the constructor logic. But the thing is, I remember that there are some classes that just initialize the constructor is just initializing the singleton. Maybe there's inheritance. I didn't pay too much attention. Yeah, so whatever. What the fuck's going on there? The problem is I'm gonna have to step into everything, so it might take a bunch of time. Because I wanna see exactly at what point it's gonna initialize the child process. Just creating the viewports first. And this is used all the time as well. It's just a hash. They implement their own hash, probably because of their memory reasons to optimize for speed, probably. So they have their own hash there. This function is called all the time. You insert in the lookup position. So it's obviously inserting and look and seeing if there is already a key with on the dictionary. If there is, oh maybe this one shows the location there. But it's gonna be different. Yeah, this one I think it is a different. It's slightly different. This count data happens all the time as well because I think it comes from the string or is used on the string class. They implement their own string class, their own vector, and their own vector, their own list, and their own array classes to optimize for memory instead of using standard library. So this is, if I remember, is a part of the string class. is another class that is initialized on the string class to hold the data. And then there's another one that is the string name, which is also used all the time. Oh, here, that's what I was talking about. So it runs this function. I guess it's just because it's overriding, so it doesn't show when you go with F12 to find the location because it's just overriding. And I guess this like they overrides here, so it works for the whole project probably. Or yeah, I'm not really sure how this works. I think that whenever maybe I should ask this question. So whenever you override an operator outside of a class, you're just gonna change the operator for the whole thing, probably. Yeah, so that's what's happening. I guess I'm starting to understand now more how it works. But this goes inside of the macro there, I think. So the question is, what are the true first arguments? I understand from the description here, but like on the context there, I think the first, it wouldn't make sense for the first argument to be the string. Or maybe it is. Yeah, so the second argument is the empty string that is passed there. It just tells the compiler to allocate space memory in, in the current position there. It's still in the heap, not the stack, but yeah. Because here, I remember this is a function from, like it's a standard function. Or it's not from the project, as far as I remember. I didn't go to the, oh, maybe it is from the project. Hmm. It's a third party. Because I didn't go to the definition, I was just stepping into the thing. I guess that the debugger doesn't find, so for whenever a function goes out of stack, I think not always, but sometimes the debugger doesn't find the function. It tries to open a file that is part of the Visual Studio kit, which is the toolkit that I'm using to compile, and then it just shows that it can't find the file on the ID. But I wasn't expecting that to happen when for files that are on the third party. So I was just going over very fast. So I thought that this function was one function from standard library or something like that. But that wouldn't make sense now that I think about it. Because then why would they be overriding everything to change? So it does make sense that it is from this third party library. Because maybe I'll do some quick research. Just see. Seems like it is a kernel library. That's weird. I don't understand why. Or maybe it's because of the signature. I bet it's kind of weird as well. Right, I think it does make sense. Oh, but why would why would they hard code false here? And why put the second argument if it's always going to be false? So obviously this has should be used somewhere else. And it's weird that the second argument's not used there on the, but that one I think makes more sense because it might be the signature of the new operator. So it makes sense that you have to put there, but then you don't use. But this one is weird to have the files here. I don't understand. It's probably because of this. So it's passing a function pointer. Hmm. So I guess you can either pass the, you can either call the macro with the string, or you can call, or if you call without the string, maybe, or you can pass a callback function and then it's just gonna run the callback function. So I do remember there's different macros there. That it's probably for that. And the other one probably calls. Yeah, but that's kind of weird still. It shouldn't call. It's like still weird, but it should. It probably calls memory alloc static somewhere else, I think. Yeah, that's what I mean when it was going through these files here. Some standard library STD atomic is used for multi-threading because of data races. So when two different threads are trying to access the same memory, you use this to prevent that from happening. I'll try to go faster. And this is what I mean that it's kind of annoying because there's so many different functions. And some of these functions get called all the time. But I still don't want to put a bunch of breakpoints so far because it's not very clear. Uh, yeah, I wanted to see, like if I put a bunch of breakpoints, then I have to. The same thing happened when I put the breakpoint on the one of the classes that are part of the rendering system, where it becomes impossible to get fast to the final loop because they are used all the time. So maybe it's better to just go over, uh, just read the code from the main function there. Then just try to go to the function definitions and see if I can manually find the places that can potentially be where it loads the child process, and then puts the breakpoints there and just press F5 to go faster. It's probably better. That's what I'm gonna do. It's just stuck here. I'm trying to step out of it, but just infinite. And I guess it's the same. It's like a similar kind of spot that the other thing gets trapped on for a long time, which is the binding method. It's just, yeah, bind. So these macros here, yes, is exactly maybe not this function. No, I think it is this exactly this. Yeah, the bind methods. This just takes a long ass time. I think it's just binding. So it's just assigning methods on the database, probably, to expose them to the GDScript thing, I think. So probably this database is the main communication with probably communicates with the server, and the server communicates with the rendering. Yeah, I think that's what makes more sense. So the rendering server class probably manages the logic between, so it's kind of like model view controller thing. Yeah, the view is the rendering system, and the model is the class DB, and the controller is the rendering server class. And then displays on the front end, obviously. So so the way that it allows you to put whatever class you want, I think, or whatever stuff you want on the database, and then the rendering server is gonna determine the functionality based on that. So I'm gonna take a break for probably what I'm gonna do is just stop going over. I'm just gonna load the thing again, I think, and then just try to manually go over the source there, because I do think that the point where it is loading the editor is gonna be on the OS run function after it goes over the start. So it's gonna be faster if I just try to search for that point by reading the source code instead of trying to stop over, I think. This just adds a property. And shout out to the person that shared this stuff here. Because I am thinking, I think I'm gonna spend a bunch of time watching this. It's kind of hard because there's so many videos, and I want to find the videos that are specific to me. This is kind of the problem because, like, he's following. I was thinking about watching all of them, but I think it's just too much time. So, like, he's building a whole project without using anything. So, the concern that I have is if I watch the other videos that are related to what I'm trying to do, I'm not gonna be able to understand because I didn't follow everything. But this is something that is kind of I'm thinking about all the time, so I think it might be worth it to watch these videos here. It's probably like one of the only places where I've seen that they talk about this stuff, which is like how I'm gonna make it so I can. Like, obviously, this is the point of the editor, but I'm thinking about from the point of view that of the people that build the editor in the first place. What is the best practices to debug GUI applications without using the maybe maybe render doc is one of the standard ways to do it, but it's probably gonna be hot reloading, I think. I think that's what I wanna achieve because this is the main issue here, which is that if I put the breakpoints there, then I can't open the window here to see what's happening. That's really annoying. So it's probably one of the things that I wanna achieve as well. But this is the thing is like it might take a bunch of time, so it might not be worth it to try to do that. So I'm not really sure if I'm gonna spend time, but it is gonna be very annoying if I because one thing that I'm thinking about obviously is just and probably I'm definitely gonna do that, but I'm not really sure which way. Probably gonna build the module first, but I am thinking about it just like breaking stuff on purpose here to see what happens. But then I'm gonna have to recompile a bunch of times, so it would be better. I guess one thing that I can do is just use the CMake tools extension. Yeah, but I think that's yeah. I would have to change the source code then might be annoying. I don't think that's gonna work. Just realize that that CMake tools is for CMake. Maybe there is the way. There's definitely a way. If yeah, but it's gonna take too much time. So one thing that you could do is just look at the source code of the extension, and there's key bindings obviously for whenever you save a project, and then you can access the VS Code API through there, and then you can just execute the test.json file whenever there's a control save, and then you put the logic to run scones on that. But I think it just takes too much time. So what this function is doing is just uploading everything on the database that is going to be used by the server. So I'm going to stop. I'm going to run from the beginning. I'm just going to press F5. Actually, I fucked it up there. Oh, maybe it's correct. Yeah, it's F5. I'm going to get to the main loop, and then I'll search for stuff manually. I'm going to have to remove this stuff. Yeah, so this is the function that was taking a longest time to go over. If we put the breakpoint there. So it's similar to the project settings thing. So basically, the way that I think it works is there's going to be a dictionary inside of this where you can access based on the name, and then whenever you access that, it calls whatever function you pass here as a callback. And that's probably how everything is binded on the front end. So each thing you do on the front end is going to have a name here, and the functionality on the editor is probably going to be to register that on the class database. Mm. Yeah, so it's creating the class based on the arguments and the name. Let me think about this. I think it's passing the arguments. Yeah, so it's like doing. How can I explain this? Is like it is calling this function passing these arguments here, I think. This is what is doing. It's just gonna expand. That is kind of weird. Argument names for methods. So maybe it's the argument names, the tree strings. Oh, that one though. I do think it makes sense. Yeah, because the function is gonna use the argument names, so it's still kind of weird. Yeah, whatever. Um, easier way is just to look at the function. Ah, fuck. Wasn't fast enough. Yeah, whatever. Look, should that later. Yeah, so it has should be here. I'm just gonna go over manually. So I'm gonna take a break now, and then probably 20 minutes. Then after the break, I'm going to manually go over the things, and then I'm gonna maybe I'll step over as well. Should try to figure out where exactly is gonna finish this process and load the other one. To see if I can attach the debugger to the child process as well. So the thing that I'm gonna do, yeah, I'm gonna try only this thing, and if it doesn't work, then I'm just gonna do the other stuff that I was thinking about. Just exporting the game manually and then trying to debug that executable instead. Or maybe I'm gonna have to think about other ways because the thing that I wanna do is debug the editor. Yeah, actually going over the editor manually. It's probably before this thing. Yeah, I'll think about it. Maybe I don't even need to use the debugger, but it would be better if it worked. But I think I'm only gonna try one thing, which is just to create another configuration, then see how to open a shell or open a PowerShell process and then try to see, just look into the command to execute a child process. Yeah, but this is the thing. Or maybe I can change the code here as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's probably better to spend time figuring out the code here to understand how it works, and then try to change the code maybe. Because the thing that I just realized is that, like, if the code here is already executing the child process, what's gonna happen if I try to execute from another PowerShell? So, yeah, but I guess I can. This is the only thing I'm gonna try probably. Create another configuration, then figure out the command to run the child process, get the child process ID from here, and then try to debug. Try to open another debugger instance to debug that code, but I'm gonna take a break, 20 minutes, uh, around 20 minutes. So see you soon. Yeah, I'm back. I'll do the rest of the stream without a camera. So just do the remainder of the time here. It's probably better to close everything so I don't get too confused. Windows, OS, Windows. There is this command to close everything. This thing here is to paste the names. So it just combines the names, I think. Just gonna ask there to make sure. But I remember searching for this when I was studying the LLVM compiler. Yeah, token pasting operator. I need to join two tokens. A single token per macro expansion. So you're just gonna create this other macro here or a function. Creates a function probably with the name GD virtual call. Which is kind of frustrating because you don't know how to search for this. Yeah. Hmm. So this is stuff related to peer-to-peer communication, which is another thing that I was always interested on since the beginning, but I was thinking about studying way later because I had to figure out a bunch of other stuff. But I'm still curious about, very, very curious about this. You probably use a library to handle this stuff. I'm pretty sure they have a crypto library there. Maybe it is, I think it's part of their core files, so maybe they wrote, but pretty sure that they use external libraries for the protocols. It wouldn't make sense to not use them, so. And I think that is kind of confusing. I think it is passing the name, not the function, but I'm not really sure. I guess it's just the token that represents the function. That's definitely not correct, probably. Star name of an animal. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. The thing is that I'm not sure if this is the correct signature is the correct way to describe this. It's just like because it isn't the function declaration. So I guess I'm just gonna paste space the definition. My guess of what is happening is that it's just pasting the name of the function declaration with the arguments. So it's just like it's redeclaring the same function but with a different. It's like overloading the function with these different things here. And the reason why it's doing this is probably to expose to the GD script functions, but I'm not really sure because the DB class there, database class, is also related to, and a bunch of other classes have the thing there of the class declaration. But I guess yeah, that's for classes. This one might be for functions. So it might be the way that they declare the functions that are gonna that can be used through the script. But it's still kind of confusing to me. Oh, so it calls the function. It doesn't declare. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Because it doesn't have any specifier before the function, so it makes more sense that it's calling the function. I guess I can look into could just look this into the whole project, but then it's one of those things where there's probably gonna be a bunch of places. Oh, remember this stuff here, this part of the build system. So this is one of the things that I didn't like that much about the build system and some other things. But like I said before, it's understandable that it is the way that it is. So I really do like the way that the whole engine code works, and they definitely like based on obviously my view, which can be biased, but I definitely do think that they know what they're doing. So like if they arrived at this solution here, it's probably because they faced a bunch of challenges and then they figure it out. But obviously there's always room for improvement as well. So and I'm sure this is true for AI. Probably AI will figure out like an infinite amount of ways where human beings can't do stuff as well. So like a bunch of stuff that we miss because we are humans. So it's hard to understand. So obviously there's always possibility that everything can be improved. But I don't think that this it might be related, but it's not like is the functions are not declared here maybe, or maybe it is because of this here. Maybe it is declared here. Oh, so it might be declared here, and maybe that's why they. So it might be because so it has to be declared here. Obviously, if there's only these two places. Hmm. So let me think about this. Oh, it's because of the extensions. So it might be because you don't know how people are gonna create the extension, so it's exposing the functions of the project through extensions through the build system. Maybe that's why. It's still confusing as well. Oh, so this might be related to either this or some variation of this to the images thing that I was talking about before, where you have like the code that creates the image there, because there is a lot of code, there is some code, the classes there, the file access class and the dir access class that I looked into before that create files. So it might be related to this. Just like dynamically generating files that have code so that they have access to functions or whatever. It might be related to creating the scripting language. This might be like how they create. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this now. It's probably just like study this later, probably. F right tax. So I think it is related to the extensions and it is related to writing the functions. But the connection is not very clear to me. Maybe it is through the file access class. This is something that like from the build system parts, those kinds of things are what makes me think that there's probably a simpler way to do this stuff because it feels very confusing. So, and it feels that there should be a way to do it, but I think that probably the biggest reason why they decided to do things like this is because of the modules thing. Because you don't know how people are gonna change or how they're gonna build the modules or extensions. So it kind of forces you to generalize more. So it might be because of that they decided to do things like this, but it does feel very confusing. So I'm not gonna pay too much attention to this now. But the thing is, like, I might not be able to avoid this. Might have to understand how it works now. Ideally, I can avoid so I can focus on the other stuff that I have to figure out now. But maybe it is related. But I think it's just exposing GD virtual to extensions or something like that. Or it's calling a function that was built through the make virtuals here. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. So when you're building, it's gonna compile based on the modules or extensions based on this file here, I think. And then because of that, it allows you to have access here. So I think it's allowing you to have access to the GD script through your extension or module. That's probably what's going on. And then it calls here. Not 100% sure. So probably it's on the main iteration that is gonna happen. Still gonna look into the events. What I'm thinking about doing to debug the editor or to figure out what's happening on the editor is to set up conditional breakpoints. If I manage to open the child process there, then that would be great. And then what I can do is just go over here and figure out the keys that are responsible for each thing, and then just put a conditional breakpoint there, and then open the engine or open the debugger, which opens the engine, and then like do stuff on the GUI and try to see what happens after when it hits the breakpoint. The same way that you can do on WebDev in the front end. You just put the breakpoints on the event listeners. But I'm not really sure if it's gonna be possible here. So this is from Windows. Just getting from Windows. It's getting a message and then translate message. So obviously what I can do is just, I'm not really sure if it's worth it to focus on this stuff now. I'm gonna write it down so I can search later to understand. Maybe the name is easier. But I assume what's happening is just fetching the events from Windows, and then this just converts to a format that the engines uses and dispatches to the Windows again, maybe. Not sure. I'm just gonna write this down. Make message translates, and these are from the application. It's going to be very hard to figure out. One thing that I was thinking about, realize after, is that maybe I don't need to have a virtual machine to debug other operational systems. Maybe it's possible to just use the other compilers, but I'm not really, so like create other builds, just passing different arguments there, and then try to run those other builds with other stuff. I think, but I'm gonna try that only after I figure everything else out. Because yeah, this stuff, understanding how it works on the GUI is more important. at least for now, and then later maybe. But the only thing that's, yeah, maybe you have to use a virtual machine because like when you run, it's not gonna be the same, exactly the same. Uh, yeah. But I think if that's the case, then I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna probably do it. The issues that I have a virtual machine here, but I was having some problems, and I think it's because of Windows. So if I have to figure that out, it's gonna take a bunch of time, I think. So assume that they are gonna populate or puts data on the buffer here after they initialize the window, because they're, yeah, on the function there before on the setup, there is a call to initialize. Not, I think it's display server, but obviously because it can be any of the operation systems, but then it calls a function from this one. And probably on that point is gonna initialize the data on the buffer. And then because it did the messages on the other function there, it's just gonna, those messages are getting the events from Windows, and then they're, because of the way that they set up the display server before, it's the same buffer, I think, or it's the only thing that makes sense to me now. But maybe it's not. Maybe I'm wrong. It's putting everything on the K and then calling this function. K is gonna be the reference to inputs. And this resource class, I think, is the base class for everything, of everything related to resources. And I think this is gonna inherit from ref content, which inherits from ref probably. Oh no, objects. Interesting. And this ref is just basically a different way to do pointers, like their implementation, probably because of the optimization and memory thing. So I guess it's very similar to the way that I was thinking. Not that I was thinking, the way that I was implementing, trying to implement from, yeah, from the other guy's playlist. Actually from Raylib, yeah, now I remember. It's similar to the way that it works on Raylib, I think, where base is different because they're doing directly on the Windows, on Windows buffers. but it's pretty much the same thing, I think, where they're changing the states of these structures or classes based on a buffer that's always queried on each iteration. So it's kind of these blocking events, probably. This is probably initialized way before. Yeah, so here. So at some point it's gonna initialize this thing. Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna spend too much time with this now. Let's go back. I don't think I just briefly look into this. Yeah, I think this is. No, this wasn't the one that I was looking. I was looking the one before this one. No, it is this one that I was looking. This has the K there, then it's gonna pass. I'm just gonna continue. So I'm just gonna put the thing here. It's probably there where I put the breakpoints that is gonna happen. This other stuff is already related to the main loop, which is drawing stuff probably. Yeah, I think it is. Let's step over. Oh fuck. It looks like it didn't do anything. I accidentally pressed shift 11 there. Should step out of it. So I'm gonna go just step over and then see. I think that's kind of hard is that I can't. So maybe it's better to do this off stream because then I can use the chill monitors to see. I'm gonna try it here. And the weird thing is that it doesn't look like there is anything like on this function there doesn't look there is any, like there is anything related to process a process child or child process. So either it's on inside of one of these functions or I don't know. It has to be on this function because I'm pretty sure after this one is where it loads the editor. So it has to be one of these. Just trying to find the process ID. But it might be one of those things where it set up before because I remember seeing something about IP when initially I think it's this navigation 3D or something related to this where it initializes some IP and some it maps some it maps a process on some of these classes on some of this yeah. So you might set up before and then you're just calling here based on that on the stuff that is set up before. I'm gonna look for the IP stuff uh, after I step over this. So on the setup function on the main. What the fuck? Maybe it happened before. So the only explanation is that it already happened. Yeah, it already happened. So it must be before that. I'm just gonna stop. Let's see if I can find the other code there. Yeah, so it has to be on the other day start thing. And I didn't see changing the screen there. Maybe it's better to stop streaming and try to figure out stop stream. Or if I just open the edit or put the editor on the other thing, on the other screen. I'm looking for the IP thing that I talked about. I'm just gonna look at the name of the class so I can see if there's anything related on the start there. I can't find. So in order to find that, I'm probably gonna have to step over again. So I'm probably gonna do this off stream. I'm gonna go over the setup function manually. See if it's here. I think it's get process. Thing is, I don't remember really well the name of the thing that it maps the IP to. I do remember there's some call to a Windows function that gets a process ID or something like something related to a process ID. But I think it is on a function that the setup function calls. It's not on the setup function. Yeah, I didn't find anything. So whatever. So I'm gonna go really fast so I can keep track of the window there. See when it's gonna change. Yeah, so it is probably here. Or maybe not. No, it's this thing here. Oh, is that in the tree? Ah, so it's probably this class here that has the other functions that have this stuff. So it should be here. And that's the thing that is weird. Maybe it's yeah, but it doesn't yeah, it didn't change. So maybe it's something here that I overlooked. I don't know what happened. I just pressed F10, I think, and it's maybe here something. Oh no, it was just taking a long time. So I think it was here. Here it changed the name here. So maybe it's not. Maybe it is related, but it's not. I think it should probably be this one because it's probably this class here. Point zero. Thing is that like the changes on the screen here might not reflect exactly, but I don't see why they wouldn't. But it might be possible that it doesn't for whatever reason. So it was the last one here, I think. So maybe it happened, yeah, I think it happened way before that. But the issue is that it only draws here. So that's when it's visible. But that's not where it changed, I think. So yeah, I guess the best thing to do is to go over again from the beginning and then try to figure out the thing related to the get the child pro the there's something related to the process ID that I remember looking into, and it's part of a class. So I think it's once I figure out what class it is, then I can look for that. I can see what data structure it's holding there, the IP is, and then based on that, I can see if I can like find something related. I think I'm gonna do this off stream. So what can I do? It's half an hour. Maybe this open the game and export the editor. Oh, this one as well. I think I'm gonna study the editor's source codes. And maybe read the modules, the extension here. I don't remember where the module part is. I don't think I read all the manuals here because I thought that it was more related to the editor and not the source code. So probably, yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is just read this stuff here, the parts on the manual, exports, navigation, and networking. It's better to study the editor code first. 'Cause I'm not that much that interested. I'm more interested, obviously, understand the code to create this stuff rather than. Probably what I'm gonna do tomorrow is just to read the parts of the documentation that are the manual that I'm confused about, and I'm going to search for the process thing. I think I wrote down here. There is, I think on the manual, on the editor part there, there is a thing that's talks about yeah, the main file I wrote down here. It's the main editor initialization. So editor nodes, pp. Things editor viewport and related functionality. Actually, if I study the editor more and I also study the module again, how to create a module, it might not even be necessary to figure out how to load the editor. Because I don't think, like, the thing is, it would be good to be able to, like, change the editor if I want to. But if that's like, I think instead of changing the editor, I can change the code so that the debugger works. I think that's probably like better than trying to spend time on the VS Code stuff. Because the idea that I have is to just focus on understanding how to use the engine to create GUI elements without using the editor first. But it would probably be a good idea at some point to also be able to also change the editor if I want to, so that I can like changing the scripting. I remember that there is someone else already did this where they put the C++ extension to write scripts with C++. So maybe if I want to use the editor directly, it's just easier to reuse their extension. I think I'm not gonna need that much. Yeah, probably the main priority is just to because the thing is I don't want to be but I'm not really sure though because it does make sense to build everything with the editor because it's a lot easier to debug this stuff that is going on probably. Because the main thing that I'm concerned about using the editor is just being trapped with the like the interface from the editor, if that makes sense. Like not being able to develop whatever I want to develop outside of the editor, if that makes sense. As its own like application removed from everything. So like eventually I can change the engine and stuff like that. But I'm not really sure if that makes sense or not. Because maybe it is just better to use the editor. Actually, I think probably the best is to use the editor, but at the same time, like be able to do stuff only with code if I want to. I think that's the best. So without having to open the editor, if that makes sense. Because I think that it's true for the stuff that I'm thinking about doing, it's probably too slow to rely on the GUI all the time to do stuff. So I think that the mix of the two is probably the best. So try to like understand the editor well enough that I can do like whatever I want directly from the code. I think that's probably the best approach. But then the thing is that it's kind of I have to clarify more on my mind because it depends on the stuff that I'm gonna do. Because if I'm gonna do stuff directly from the code, then it doesn't make a lot of sense to use the editor. But maybe it does make sense actually. So I can view the page that the editor produces there through like when it comes to that page, then draw stuff automatically from code, but then use the editor to debug in case I need to. I think that's probably the best. Yeah, the middle way. Because that way I don't rely on the editor to draw stuff or to build the application if I don't want to rely on the editor. But then for the parts that are annoying to do just from code alone, then I use the editor. I think that yeah, that's probably the best approach, the best way. So I'm gonna write down so I remember. So figure out. Yeah, this is probably the best way to go about it. Yeah, but now I think I understand how everything works. There are still some nuances about the driver, how the selection of the driver, but like it's not that much of things that I think I'm missing. Because it's just gonna be an abstract base class, and then depending on what kind of driver is gonna use, there's gonna be a derived class. And then on that class, there's the logic to do the control flow of the rendering there. And then the main thing is just the database. So everything works through the class DB, which is our DB class, don't remember. But it's the class that contains it manages everything that you can do on the engine. So it's like the interface to the engine. And then the rendering probably uses the class DB, and the server uses class DB, and the rendering uses the server. So it communicates that way. And then everything that you want to draw is just call this methods here to either withdraw stuff that was posted on the database during the setup cycle there, or you call other functions that are they're gonna register your own methods to the database, and everything works through the database. The biggest things that I don't know yet are the networking stuff, and so the nuances of exactly how their algorithms work. Oh, also the shaders. Exactly at what points do they initialize the shaders and the graphics as well. I didn't see anything directly related to the graphics initialization. So probably, yeah, probably miss definitely. So in one of those classes probably initializes. What's this? Rendering server. So the rendering server is the thing that probably initializes the shaders. So let me look at the flow charts again. It's obviously gonna be one of those. I think it makes more sense to be the rendering server. This one, yeah, this class here I couldn't find, so I assume that they changed or something like that. It seems like it doesn't exist on the project. And there's also the resource class that could be the one that initializes as well. So it is the derived class. So it's render review part maybe. Oh, it is not derived. That's kind of. I have the file thing here. But the thing is, the files are not gonna tell me where at what points it initializes everything. So if I remember correctly, there's something on the documentation that talks about this, which is this is used on the class DB. Is probably a resource ID, so it's used to figure out resources. So it must be these classes here. It's gonna be a class that inherits from this. But it's probably better to. I think I'm gonna yeah, I'm going to write these classes here. But maybe I don't need to. This one. I think it's better to figure this out after I figure out the editor stuff. So like changing stuff on the editor first, then I figure this out later. But the thing that I'm gonna do is obviously look into these classes and then write them down and then just put breakpoints on their functions. Then step over the code and see, try to figure out at what points actually initializing the meshes and like using the shaders. And obviously I can just go to the files directly here to figure out, to understand how the shader code works. Oh, another thing is the camera. I have to understand how they, yeah, I need to understand the shaders and the camera that they use. Because I need to think about how I'm gonna translate the stuff that I was doing on the other project into this one. So I have to understand how they use the camera and how to pass the data to the shader to create. But it's probably better to, yeah, it's better to focus on understanding the editor first, because then, yeah, actually, I think that's probably, so I'm gonna spend some time following these steps here, but after probably it's a good idea to try to build a game from scratch, like just from the editor. Then after, because then I'm gonna have an idea, I'm gonna have a better idea of how the commands work, and it's gonna be easier to, once I go to the source code, to understand what is going on. So I can, like, for example, I can create a ball from the editor, and then I don't need to like redo all the calculations or try to translate from the other project to this. I can just create I can create this stuff that I was thinking about creating directly from the editor, the meshes, and then I just figure out later how to do the same thing directly from the code. I think that's better. Oh, fuck. Oh, thank God. I'll pass this later to the spreadsheets there. I'm gonna close all this stuff and then focus on understanding the editor codes. The biggest problem is that I might have to figure out how to launch the child process or whatever. Maybe I'm gonna have to figure out. I think it's probably better to figure out how to launch the editor in one process only. Maybe. Because then it's gonna force me to understand how everything else works as well, rather than trying to figure out the debug adapter from VS Code. But either way, I think I'm gonna have to do that because it's gonna be probably the only way to understand. Maybe the other thing that I can do is just add other functions here. Yeah, that's probably better actually than doing that. So I can just try a bunch of stuff, like just put other stuff on the, just change the editor class and then see what happens. But the reason why I think that I'll probably have to figure out how to launch the debugger on the editor is because I don't think that there's gonna be an explicit entry point on here in the same way that there is on the engine, which is the main function. So here is probably the way, I assume that the way that it works is more like components on React, where each function is gonna just call the functions to register classes or and stuff like that, so that the render uses or renderer create the server create tells the renderer to create. So I'm not gonna be able to follow the. Maybe I don't need to though, because the biggest thing that the thing that I don't know how they did is how did they know the position of the GUI elements? Like it's very hard to think about it in your mind as you create the thing, or and also pop-ups and stuff like that. So And how do you develop this only from the codes? But I guess I can figure out where there are numbers to put width and heights and that kind of stuff. This is interesting. So let's open a config file and then calling this function. Project settings there. So let me see if there is this file here. It doesn't look like, or maybe it's here. Oh, here. So the settings directory is probably this one. It's probably on project metadata here. Not really sure, but yeah, because it's the only thing that makes sense. So it's loading configuration from here. That there's no config. Quick control, blah blah blah. Yeah, so like I was thinking, the classes that manage the files are gonna be file access and dir access. And then they just call these functions through. Interesting. This section. So the layout is this config, which opened here. It's just a file that is gonna have. So obviously later I can look to this file. It's probably just a dictionary or like, I'm not really sure. I was gonna say that is on C++, but I'm not really sure because of the extension. But I think it's something like similar to a JSON file or something like that. It has key value pairs that holds the configurations for the editor. Whatever. So this is probably the function that loads the layouts. I was gonna look into the other ones, but I'm gonna uh, probably later, some other time. I'm just trying to understand how, like, what things is gonna call to draw stuff. Hmm. So I guess what's happening here is figuring out based on the configurations what kind of GUI items are showing on the GUI, obviously. So if it is empty, that then it means that there isn't anything showing. So it doesn't do this, but uncollapsed this. So based on the ones that are not collapsed, yeah, based on the ones that are not collapsed, it's gonna get the metadata, which is the data that determines how they're gonna show. And then it redraws here. But it's kind of hard to know the connection between this and whatever happened here. So it has to be on these functions here. They need to be connected. It needs to be connected to the either the server or the drawing or some of the other classes there. So it's through this canvas item. So yeah, canvas item is one of the classes here, I think. Let's render canvas. Maybe not. Canvas renderer. I do remember, like maybe it's a member variable in one of these classes, but that wouldn't make sense because yeah, handles canvas item should be cool. So I guess yeah, the renderer classes probably use the canvas item to draw and stuff, but the canvas is the one that determines what happens. So here render server. So the canvas item calls the renderer to show stuff. I guess the canvas item is kind of like it's probably like a component. I'm not really sure, but and then the canvas communicates with the renderer to determine whether the renderer is going to draw the item or not. So I'm going to stop here because the timer went out. Probably tomorrow I'm going to study. I'm going to go over the documentation here again, these other parts, and then I'm just going to continue to follow these steps here. So the goal that I have now is to figure out how to change the editor viewports straight from code. But I think probably I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna follow the module documentation first and try to implement a module or just follow the example that they have there to see. And I think another thing that is probably very good to do is to try to is just I'm gonna have to spend more time studying the editor code to understand how it works. But once I understand more, I think it's probably a good idea to try to use the editor code to create something else on the editor. So you just create another function and another component, and then try to do it from scratch and see if I can put something else there. But eventually, I want to get to this point here. So I'm just gonna follow this other stuff next time I stream. And yeah, I'm gonna follow this stuff off stream as well. So probably next time I'm gonna be doing either one of the steps or something else that gets me closer to this stuff here. So see you then.